It's our pre-start.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to have the Democrat and Republican counters come in and sit across from my staff at each of the tables.
Welcome. I'm Secretary of State Shenna Bellows, and we are here at 45 Commerce Drive for yet another recount in the race between Representative Sally Clucci and challenger David Gilmet. Deputy Secretary Flynn, the nation's longest serving election director, is the recount supervisor for this recount. She will be running the show, and she's going to shortly give instructions to everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Flynn. Yesterday, my sister always said, take charge of the room, have them acknowledge you. 4 years. A little different way of dealing with 7-year-olds and adults, but anyway. So we're here today to recount the race between Sally Clucci and David Gilmet. There is a 16-vote margin. It's not our closest race, as we know. That's tomorrow with a tie vote. Very rare occurrence. But every ballot matters. Every change that happens matters. And we're here to try to uphold the result, or if there are errors, we're here to find those errors and have a corrected tabulation. For how many have not counted yet this in the last, well, like yesterday with our new process? Did not count yesterday? Okay. So we have 3 towns, Bowdoin, Bowdenham, and Richmond. We're going to do Bowdoin first. Bowdoin has 2 House districts. We counted one of them the other day. So all those ballots are in lots. But when we were putting away this House district and the referendum, we didn't take care to keep them completely separate because I wasn't remembering that we were going to be counting this today. So we will first have to take the loose ballots and sort out between candidate and referenda ballots. Once you've done that, you're going to take your candidate pile, and this is all 3 members of the team, including my staff, will help with sorting and then going through the referenda ballots a second time and making sure that that's all that there are no candidate ballots in the batch. We'll take them and put them away, and then we may or may not have all the teams counting Bowdoin. We may give that to a few teams and then start sorting Rich or Bowdenham for the next target count. When you have sorted out and we've taken away all the referendum ballots and you're told that you can start counting the ballots for the candidate, we'll put the set of ballots in between the 2 counters. If you're a counter for Ms. Clucci and that vote is for Clucci, you're going to take that ballot and start a pile in front of you. If you're the counter for Mr. Gilmet and that vote is for Gilmet, you're going to take that ballot and start a pile in front of you. And if there's anything that is not a vote for either candidate, either it's totally blank or they marked a write-in, there's no declared write-in for this candidate, that's treated as a blank, you're going to give those to my recount assistant who will start a 3rd pile. Once you have sorted out all the ballots between the 2 candidates, you're going to take your pile of ballots and count them, carefully count them into 10s. So count out 10 ballots, put them down one direction, and then count out another 10 ballots and put them in the opposite direction. So one sets north-south, one sets east-west, what we call crosshatch. Keep going until you get all of them counted out. And in piles, crosshatch, and then get a sticky note and put the remainder number. You're not likely to have all exact piles of 10. You're probably going to have one that has fewer than 10 can, put that number on it. When you're done, and this is something I didn't stress yesterday, we had one vote where candidate went up one and the other candidate went down one. What that says to me is one marked ballot got put into the wrong pile and didn't get noticed. So when you're counting out your tens for your candidate, the first count, look at each ballot and make sure it's a vote for your candidate so that you haven't made a mistake when you separated it. Again, I know one vote will not make a difference in this race. It will tomorrow. So we're all in preparation for tomorrow being a little less fraught by having our process down and doing this correctly. So once you've got your piles of 10, you're going to switch. You're going to count the other candidates, recount the piles. Don't assemble them and count them out again. Keep them in the crosshatch piles of 10, but count them again and make sure. We did find one yesterday where they had maybe two kind of stuck together and they had 11 in one of the piles. So it's really important that we're doing that double check. That's why we count in teams of 2. You're a check and balance, you know, for your party, your candidate. So once you have done that, we're going to tally fill out a tally sheet for the Clucci votes first. So we'll put the Gilmet and the blanks aside, and my person will take out the tally sheet, and you will give, or she will take, the 10s and make 50. So she'll take and say 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, puts a rubber band around it, writes 50 in the corner of the top ballot, put it aside and keep doing that into 50s, and then you'll have something that's a remainder. If you have enough ballots where you have 4 packs of 50, you should count them for you and say 50, 100, 150, 200, put another rubber band around those, and that's 200. That makes tallying easier. All we're doing is recording, getting them assembled or aggregated, and then recording it. Once the tally sheet is filled out, she'll have to each sign, and my staff will sign. We'll take that batch away, and you'll do the same thing for the votes for Mr. Gilmet. And on that second tally, you'll add the tally for the blanks. So when my person, you're giving them the blank votes, they may count them up, but when you get to that, you're going to count them again as a team. Because you've just been giving them to the staff and they've been doing their own count, but we want you to count everything. So you're going to do that. Once we're done at town, when we're getting ready to tally, let our teams know so that they can come over and watch the tally and make sure that you're keeping your own tally correctly, because it's really helpful that we have a tally, but then each side has a tally. So if we've missed a lot or one side has missed a lot, we can figure out why we're different. And if we're not different, we're going to go back and count again, right? So repeating the adage to death, you don't have time to do it right. You don't have time to do it over. You want to do it right the first time. So deliberativeness is good. And then when we get going, it will go smoothly and it will happen in good time. So we also have a note sheet, and that's for you to tell, these are not disputed ballots, but we're looking for notations of things where somebody marked it in a very light pencil. If it's number 2 pencil, the machine can read it. If it's a number 1 or number 3 pencil, there may not be enough graphite. It may be read as a blank. So we're looking for things that might be that the machine couldn't read it, and we're going to pick it up. It's still a vote. You can see voter intent, and you can mark that. So we just make notations. If they made check marks instead of filling in the oval, if they made enough of the check in the oval, the machine's going to read it. But we want to take note of those things so we can see how people are marking the ballots and see, any reasons where blanks may go down and votes for candidates may go up. So we'll get started with, we'll probably do a break, send people on a rolling, like a 10-minute file break at about 10:30, and then look to be done around noon. So starting with voting.
So while they pass out the ballots, I want to show everybody at home that we have one representative from each campaign. So could each counter who's here representing Sally Clucci please raise your hand? Okay, so folks at home can see we have one at each table. You can lower your hands. Now could each representative counting for David Gilmat please raise your hand? Could each representative counting for David Gilmat please raise your hand? Is there anybody in the back? Perfect. So you can see at every table we've got someone raised from the campaign for Sally Clucci and someone from the campaign for David Gilmat. And across from them, we have the SOS staff. Raise your hand. SOS staff. Yeah. So we have one person from every from the Secretary of State's office at each table supervising the counters. So we're just getting started with this recount, and the first step is sorting the ballots. Now these ballots were sorted on Monday, but Deputy Secretary Flynn is religious about making sure that every ballot is included in this recount. So the first thing that folks will do is be going back through and sorting those ballots. Should be pretty quick because I checked in with the folks handling the ballots in the back, and they tell me that everything is sorted. Now, I do want to check in with the attorneys because the attorneys checked those locks and seals. So I'm going to walk out and see if the attorneys from both parties are ready to give us a thumbs up. What do you mean locks and seals? Every ballot box, even after Monday's recount, we locked and sealed all of those boxes in front of attorneys from both sides. Hey, did you check the locks and seals this morning? And they checked out. Excellent. Thank you so much. They checked those numeric codes to make sure that no one had tampered with those ballot boxes since Monday, or since they were transferred from the clerk to law enforcement, from law enforcement here to the Department of Secretary of State. So that chain of custody of ballots in Maine, we have very strong laws to protect those ballots every step of the way. So right now you can just see folks sorting out ballots. Now, why are they sorting? Because in the town of Bowdoin, there were 2 House races. That town is separated between 2 House districts. Depending where you live in town, you have a different representative to the legislature. Additionally, every voter in Maine had 2 state ballots, a referendum ballot and a candidate ballot. And of course, we did see on Monday in that sorting process that sometimes there were candidate ballots stuck in with those referendum ballots, despite the best efforts of hardworking poll workers trying to separate those out on election night. So the first step is sorting, and then we'll be moving into counting. I'm going to do a walk around and see what's going on.
I just don't know if it's dog fitted.
Oh, referendum? Okay. Yes, it is. Okay. Right.
I think it's. Making step one. It's coming. I might try one of those in a minute. Thanks for.
Try two different You guys all sorted? They're all after the ballot?
Excellent. So I'm Secretary of State Jenna Bellows. This is Communications Director.
Communications Director Emily Cook. Good morning.
We're going to be doing this live stream together today, trading off because it's a lot, but it's a lot of fun to be able to stream democracy live. So what's happening behind us? At every table, you have a Democratic counter and a Republican counter, and they are currently sorting those voting ballots, making triple checking. Now, those were sorted on Monday, and I checked in with staff. They absolutely were sorted by candidate and referendum. But Julie's point, Deputy Secretary Flynn's point is every ballot matters, so you have to check it twice, and you check it in every single recount. And sorting the ballots is the first mandatory step of every recount.
And a lot easier to double check at the front end than get to the end and think, did we miss a ballot somewhere in those referendums? Was there a candidate ballot? So checking at the front end here, getting those away, just looking at those candidate ballots, sorting those for either candidate, as you've heard in the instructions, and then doing that counting. Yesterday, our recounts spot on in many towns to those election night results, and that is exactly what we like to see.
Yeah, it was really remarkable. Just seeing those towns come in, Chesterville tying out perfectly, that Bunker race, Stephen Bunker now, Representative-elect Stephen Bunker, winning by net 7.
Yeah, and so we're doing this live stream because not everyone can make it down here. Some of these recounts are a little more local. So we actually had someone from Mount Vernon yesterday, and he had some curiosity, wanted to know how we know that the tabulators count exactly. And, you know, I talked with him about it last week when he stopped in. He happened to stop in yesterday while we were hand counting all of those Mount Vernon ballots, and they were spot on exactly from election night. So it was nice reassurance to him that those ballots are counted accurately in his municipality. And we use the same tabulator in every town in Maine. So you can know that whether it's Mount Vernon or elsewhere, those tabulators are really good at reading those ovals and counting those ballots correctly.
So if you're at home and you're curious about your towns and your towns happen to be Bowdoin, Bowdoinham, or Richmond, come on down this morning. We'll be counting those ballots by hand. This afternoon, we'll be doing Western Maine,
Yes.
Oxford County and the Norway region for that race between Joan Beale and Mr. Wood, who was the representative-elect on election night.
Yeah, and if you can't make it, this live stream will be on our YouTube again in the afternoon. Saves you a little bit of driving, but either way, whether in person or here on the live stream, we want to show you that those election night results are accurate, or just get the right count. The voting is done. There are no commercials trying to convince anyone to vote a certain way. We are just counting the votes that have already happened.
What I love about Maine elections, and this is true of over 95% of the jurisdictions in the US, is we have the paper ballot. There is a paper record of every single ballot cast in this election. And so that's what allows us that tangible record to just do these recounts.
Exactly.
And today's recount is, this morning rather, all of these towns use that DS200. Those are tabulators manufactured by the company ES&S. Maine has had a contract now for over a decade with ES&S for those tabulators. And so we are able to verify the accuracy of those, what I call modern day abacuses. They're literally counting machines. They're never connected to the internet. They can't be hacked by cyber criminals or foreign malign adversaries or anyone else seeking to interfere with the election. They're just high-speed counters. And we'll see today the level at which those tabulators actually can read those ballots and do so efficiently.
Yeah, and if you're ever in a future election curious about the front end of this process, where the tabulators are set to read that year's ballot in your municipality, the testing of those is done in full view of the public. You can go watch that for the first time. We did see election observers going to watch the testing of those tabulators. Like much of today, and if you've been watching the live streams previously, it's mostly boring, and that's great.
We're exciting, but the counting is rather boring.
It's repetitive, it's detail oriented, and it's the same thing over and over, and that's a good thing because it means everything is getting checked accurately for that accuracy, making sure that tabulators are set up to read correctly, and then that they have. And so far, that's what we've seen.
And this is a recount in House District 52. That's the race between Democrat Sally Clucci, she was the incumbent, and challenger Republican David Gilmette. And the vote totals were this, and I'm going to read them out loud. 2,748 votes for Clucci, 2,732 votes for Gilmette. That's a 0.29% difference in that race. That includes Bowdoin, Bodenham, Richmond, and Perkins Island Township.
Yeah, so 16 votes separate those two candidates. So if anyone ever tries to tell you that your vote doesn't matter, tell them you've seen these recounts where in Maine, they most certainly do.
Now you're going to see behind us the attorneys and representatives from both sides patrolling the room. They have that right. If they're official representatives or official attorneys for the two candidates, they're patrolling the room, watching things. We're going to walk around too and see how it's going. Thanks, Emily.
Welcome.
Keep going. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay. I wasn't on Friday. Oh, yeah.
You can see some movement at one of those tables behind me where the lawyers for the campaigns are going to be counting the spoiled ballots. So if you're maybe you're absentee voting at home, you're drinking a coffee and it spills, or you're in the voting booth and you are going through your ballot and you realize you've marked an answer that you didn't want to, maybe you voted yes on something you wanted to vote no, or the other way around, go to your clerk and ask to spoil your ballot and ask for a new one. So you get a couple tries at this. We don't have unlimited ballots, but we want you to be able to vote the way that you want to vote. So when your ballot is spoiled, it is clearly marked as such. and then kept apart from those other ballots so that we can go through, make sure that we have all the spoiled ballots. So the lawyers for the campaigns are counting those. Again, when you go vote, you know, these things happen. Sometimes a dog will eat it. The dog ate my homework thing is sometimes based in reality. Those spoiled ballots, we're just counting those down to make sure that there's no real actually voted ballots in there and that everything is accurately accounted for.
That's why we're double checking.
So just walking around at that table, Emily may have updated you already. They are now looking at test ballots. What are test ballots? I just explained to the counters. We have these logic and accuracy tests that we do for those tabulators to make sure those tabulators are functional. Now, we program, meaning the state elections division, civil service staff, program the memory devices for every tabulator in the state because we have a statewide lease. All of the municipalities are using the same type of machine, a DS200, under one state contract that it goes through an RFP process at the state level. It is state employees who program the memory devices for every single tabulator in the state, making sure that that memory device, it looks like a USB stick, it's not, so it can't be subbed in easily by someone who's not legit. The state employees are programming those memory devices to read the ballot for that town. And if that town has multiple ballot styles, they're making sure that that memory device can read those different ballot styles, even when the ballots are all mixed in. And then they send those memory devices out to the towns. The towns must then test those memory devices in the tabulator that they have stored securely between elections and make sure that those tabulators are reading those memory devices properly, and they fill out what's called test ballots. Now, the test ballots have different iterations to show how different candidates could in fact win the race, and they run those test ballots through the machine in what's called a logic and accuracy test, which is open to the public. And as we stated earlier, in fact, we did have members of the public going to those logic and accuracy tests and making sure those tabulators were functioning properly. So that's what, so that table back there, the attorneys weren't interested in watching the test ballots be counted. They know what they are. The team there is just making sure that every single one of those ballots is labeled as a test ballot, that it is in fact a test ballot at that. Now, here at this front table, shoot, your camera view is not my camera view. Yeah, it is, sure. Here at this front table right behind me, with a woman in blue and a woman in brown, they are sorting ballots. And then behind us, we're already starting to count those Bowdoin ballots. Stay tuned. We are here with the recount for House District 52, already counting, tabulating those Bowdoin ballots. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Everything has to sorting here. Now, have you guys ever seen this stuff out? Okay, this is what you guys show over. Right. So this is municipal. That probably is my phone. So they have, yeah.
So just walking around, some of the tables are already sorting out Bodenham. That's what is happening directly behind me. They had a municipal ballot in Bodenham, so they're separating out those municipal ballots. At a couple of tables, we already have tallies. Now, when it's time to tally the votes, when it's time to add up the votes for each side, the Republican and Democratic counters raise their hands so their attorneys can come watch those tallies. Now, each side is running its own tally sheet, even as the Secretary of State is running a neutral tally sheet. So at two tables, we already have tallies for both. That means, and those numbers come back to, each side has a table out in the audience and they have their own computers set up. They're running their own tallies to check their own math. You might have also noticed a bit of a conversation in the back of the room with the gentleman in the green shirt and the woman in the black being overseen by an election worker in green. What was happening there is they were checking those test ballots, those ballots that are used to test the machine. Now the clerk is supposed to write test on every single one to differentiate them from real ballots. There was one ballot that didn't have test written on it. Now this happened yesterday as well in the batch of spoiled ballots where clerks are supposed to write, if it's a spoiled ballot, they're supposed to write spoiled or reject. If it's a test ballot, they're supposed to write test. In this case, there was one ballot that didn't have anything written on it. So what both sides have agreed is they're calling that a disputed ballot. So that means they fill out some paperwork to make it a disputed ballot. In that case, it was a ballot for Sally Clucci, but it will not go into the count unless the attorneys decide to make a legal issue of it, but it does get reported as a disputed ballot. So that's what happened at that table. They checked all the rejected ballots, all the spoiled ballots tied out. Then they checked all the test ballots, and that's where they had that one. Actually from the express vote machine. What's the express vote machine? The express vote machine is a ballot marking device, also never connected to the internet, but it has a touch screen. So if people have difficulty filling in the ballot because of some sort of hand issues, they can use a touch screen. It still produces a paper record. They can look at that paper record, look at that ballot, make sure it aligns with what they chose. If someone has a visual impairment, they need to hear the ballot. They can put headphones on, it's connected to that express vote machine, hear the ballot again, mark that ballot in accordance with their preferences. It has other adaptive devices. It's really for people with disabilities, but honestly, anyone can use it, and every single town has one. Again, that's a statewide lease run by the Secretary of State. And so that disputed ballot was we think it was probably a test ballot. Probably the clerk was testing that express vote machine, but because they did not write in red test ballot, that couldn't be confirmed. That's why it becomes a disputed ballot. And we will continue with the counting here in Maine.
You can always just be you.
So the counting is proceeding very efficiently for Bowdoin, as is the sorting now for Bowdoin Cam. We've got tables doing sorting and tables doing counting. Now, when the tables are ready to count their ballots, so the Republican counter and the Democrat counter, each of them are sorting in stacks of 10. They're cross-hatching those stacks, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And then they're putting together a tally sheet. Now, each side counts, so everything's getting counted twice. So the Democratic counter is counting Sally Clucci's ballots into stacks of 10. The Republican counter is counting David Gilmette's ballots into stacks of 10. They're putting the blanks in front of the state election official. Then they're switching. And at that point, the Republican counter is counting, just verifying those counts for those stacks of 10 for the Clucci ballots. The Democratic counter is verifying those stacks of 10 for the Gilmet ballots. Meanwhile, the state election official is counting those blanks, but then those blanks are getting counted by the Democratic and Republican counters. So when it is time to do tally sheets, there are 2 tally sheets in a count for a batch. One of those tally sheets, the first one, and we go alphabetically, is for Sally Clucci. So the 2 teams have to agree on how many votes Sally Clucci had in those stacks of 10 and any additional votes that didn't add up to 10. So they make sure both sides agree. They actually call over the attorneys for that. So they're filling out the state tally sheet. Each side is filling out their own tally sheet. The attorneys, the 2 counters, and the state election official are all agreeing on that count. Then they move to Gilmet ballots and they repeat that same process. So those Gilmet ballots are getting counted twice while the observers from the campaigns are present. They are agreeing on the total number of Gilmet ballots on that table. They're filling out a tally sheet, and that tally sheet has both the Gilmet ballots and any blanks. And again, those blanks are getting counted twice too. So there are 2 tally sheets, one for Clucci, one for Gilmet and blanks, that are being produced at each table that attorneys are signing off on. Now, the attorneys then bring the tally sheets for their respective parties back out into the room so they can do their own math on their own computer. The state election officials bring the state tally sheet to the back of the room, where you can see Deputy Melissa Packard, who is our Director of Election Administration, Post-Election Audits, and Administrative Services, is running a computer there, entering those tallies into a spreadsheet at the back of the room, and the ballots themselves get returned to their secure ballot boxes over on the side of the room. So that's what's happening over and over again. And we have tables who've been counting Bowdoin, and we have tables that have been sorting Bowdoinham. We should be nearing completion of the count for Bowdoin, but we're going to make sure that everything is double checked and checked twice. Now, I did walk over, you might see some envelopes in the back of the room, and folks are looking at those. Those are the auxiliary ballot counts. So I'm going to go check out, see what's happening.
So if you've been watching these recounts already this week, starting last Friday, or any of our RCB tabulation last week, you already know what those auxiliary ballots are. Those are ballots that, for whatever reason, can't be read through the tabulator on election day. With the DS200s, voters are putting their ballots through the tabulators themselves, but just like maybe a 2-wrinkled dollar bill going into a vending machine, they don't always want to go. Maybe someone crumpled that up on an absentee ballot at home, or was gripping that ballot really strongly when they were in the voting booth on election day. For whatever reason, couldn't be read through the tabulator. So those, usually a handful of ballots in each town, depending on its size, those get hand counted at the end of the night, even in those, or because they're in those towns with the tabulators. Most of our municipalities are using tabulators these days. About 155 still hand count, and those are relatively small, usually about 500 voters or fewer. So not most Mainers are in municipalities with tabulators, but 95% of Mainers vote in municipalities with tabulators. But if for some reason the ballot can't be read through the tabulator, it's hand counted on election night, and we look at those separately here because they aren't part of that larger group of ballots that were read through the tabulator. So that's what's going on at the table that Secretary Bells just walked over to.
All right. Let me point it out.
How are you?
I'm surprised.
So you can, I'm Secretary Bellows here at the Recount. You can see at table B, there is a bevy of attorneys surrounding a table. And that's because they are looking through those spoiled ballots for Bodenham. Now, what's a spoiled ballot? It's if, for example, you're having a cup of coffee, you're filling out that absentee ballot at home, and boom, you knock over that cup of coffee. Guess what? You bring that ballot back to the clerk and you tell the clerk, I spoiled my ballot. The clerk writes spoiled on it, secures it in a spoiled ballot envelope. They may also use a stamp that says spoiled ballot, or they may use a red pen to write on it. Regardless, they have to log those spoiled ballots. They go into a spoiled ballot envelope. And it can be any reason, right? Maybe you're at home, you're filling out your absentee ballot, you see an ad on TV, you're like, this is crazy. I don't want to vote for that. I want to vote for this. Again, you can spoil your ballot. Now, it is a 3 strikes you're out rule, so you can't keep spoiling your ballot. But certainly sometimes people do, and that's what they're counting at the back of the room. So they're just going through those. Now, that is not a normal part of the recount, but yesterday we did receive a request from the Maine Republican Party to start looking at those spoiled ballots. And sure enough, what a review of that. There was one ballot, it was probably spoiled, but the clerk had not stamped it as spoiled. So that became a disputed ballot. In that case, that was a ballot that had been filled out initially, at least partially, for Mr. Bunker. So it was a disputed ballot in favor of Mr. Bunker that was set aside. Paperwork was filled out to name it as disputed. Now, it did not impact the outcome. It did not impact the race in that race. But that is one reason why at a recount, every single envelope is opened. The spoiled ballots are reviewed, the test ballots are reviewed. Every single envelope is reviewed to make sure that they're not legitimate ballots accidentally stored where they shouldn't be. And again, people make mistakes. They get tired on election night. That's why we do this very careful, very methodical recount of everything that we have before us. No. And when they count them, each side is counting. They're not watching. We're not doing it like Monday. Yeah. Oh, you want to? Okay. All right. That's okay. Excellent. Okay. And then that's a plan, right?
Could I have both sides? This is so candidate numbers. Remember when we did 52, they had undercounted the blanks on this race and overestimated the blanks. So, so they should have had blanks on the other one. this. They had 34 and we should have had 48. So we were tie up to 48. But they had 48. Now, the total candidates were identical, and the total ballots would have been 1320. For that race, it's five, and we have the one we see. So it's actually down to 2. So that's five.
So Deputy Secretary Flynn just delivered the results for Bowdoin to the attorneys. Now the both sides are bringing their results back to their own tables in the audience. The good news is the candidate totals tied out. So the attorneys are going to sign off on that. They're going to make sure that their tally sheets that they brought back to their tables agree with that overall count. Now, on Monday, it was recognized that there were some mathematical errors in terms of the number of blanks, a little bit of confusion about how blanks are counted. So the blanks on election night were undercounted. We have more blanks here, not filled out for either candidate than was reported initially to us. We have counted all of the ballots. We'll see what happens. If both attorneys sign off on those totals, I will announce those totals to viewers here at home. But really good news to see that the candidate totals for each side are tying up. We'll be back. Meanwhile, at this table, you can see they're already on Bowdoinham, and this is a really good table to view. You can see that the representative from David Gilmet is taking ballots for David Gilmet. The representative for the counter for Sally Cucci is taking the ballots for Sally Cucci. So that's why you can see they're going back and forth, taking ballots off the top of the pile. That's because, again, the Gilmet counter is taking ballots for Gilmet. The Cucci counter is taking any ballots for Cucci. And if a ballot was left blank, and some people do, they're just not interested in the state representative race, then it goes into the blank category in front of the state election official. Now, this is not a counting stage. This is a sorting between the two candidates stage. And you might see there's an attorney for the Republican side just watching that sorting, as well as a state election official watching that sorting to make sure that that's happening very carefully. And I believe that's happening at almost every table around the room. I'm going to do a walk around and see where we're at.
Sure. So we have the count for Bowdoin. Sally Clucci received 552 votes as she did on election night. David Gilmet received 720 votes as he did on election night. There were 48 blank ballots that was underreported on election night in error. So we have a total of, we do have a disputed ballot set aside because in the test ballots, there was one ballot not marked as test. So they have set it aside as a disputed ballot. And the total ballots, 1321. So because of the disputed ballots, one more than election night.
So the tabulators in both were spot on when they recorded 552 votes for Sally Clucci and 720 votes for David Gilmet.
I think it was human error in recording the blank votes that the election officials do not understand that they were adding any write-in votes because there was no declared write-in to their undervotes and overvotes. And all of those constitute the blanks. And so they just didn't correctly attribute the blanks to that race. And conversely, when we counted the other House district in Bowdoin on Monday, they had this one had too few blanks recorded. They had recorded too many blanks for the other. So we clearly could do some training with the folks to make sure they understand how to calculate blank votes.
Thank you so much, Deputy Flynn. You know, this came up when we had a lot of questions after the primary. How many wrote in this political phrase? How many wrote in that political phrase? And what we told them was those are counted as blanks, right? We do not actually, if you voted for Mickey Mouse, guess what? We're not counting the
We're not
numbers.
tallying Mickey Mouse. Because Mickey Mouse can't actually serve in the legislature, so.
I mean, sometimes we think, no, just kidding. All right, thanks, Deputy Secretary Flynn. Great to see those Bowdoin results tie out exactly to election night with the totals for Clucci and David Gilmet. We are now moving, we've got sorting going on for Richmond, sorting going on for Bowdoinham. I'm gonna walk around and see if we have any tallying going on for Bowdoinham yet.
Yeah, we took it from the sound.
So are you almost on? So we have several tables in the process of sorting Richmond and counting Bodenham. Now, I stopped at one of the tables to inquire what they were doing. This is table D, and actually, not only had the person filled in the circle for their guy, but then they had written in their guy's name next to the write-in. The folks called over the attorneys and the table agreed that that was in fact a vote for David Gilmat. That particular voter wanted to make it crystal clear. Not only were they filling in the oval, but they were writing in his name as well. So that did count. That did go into David Gilmat's pile. And now you can see we've got some counting going on at table D, as well as right here in front at table H, table G, table F. And we've got sorting going on as well. So we're sorting Richmond, we're making good time, and we're counting Bodenham. I did on Monday. You weren't here on Monday? Oh, it's a change from Friday. So on Friday and Monday, we had people watching, but what we learned on Monday is that it's pretty boring watching somebody else. And you could accidentally, so I had a lot of mistakes on Monday. So I switch, and that's a really good way. Yep. Okay, ready? So here at table H, I shared with the new counters, because we've got a new table of counters, that we are doing a new procedure different from Friday and Monday. And that is both counters are doing their counts of 10 at the same time. So they're counting off 10s, they're cross hatching those, creating a cross hatched pile for Clucci and Gilmat. The counter for Clucci is starting with the Clucci ballots. The counter for Gilmat is starting with the ballots for Gilmat. Then they're swapping piles. So everything is getting double counted. We found that that is more efficient than having somebody watch somebody else count, because quite frankly, watching counting, I'm sure some of you are feeling this at home, can be a little bit tedious. And so we found that our accuracy yesterday really skyrocketed when we had both sides counting at the same time and then swapping those piles and doing that recount. You can find any errors. If somebody accidentally put 11 together instead of 10, you'll find it in that recount that happened. So that's what's happening at table H. They've got ballots for Bodenham. And right now you can see that the counter for David Gilmat is counting off her groups of 10. She's just putting one on top of the pile, and the counter for Clucci is counting off her groups of 10. I'm going to go fill my water bottle. I'll be back in a few.
Get those on your break.
So we have a table just going off on a rotating break. That's probably a good sign. It means we are maybe done with the sort. I'll go back and check.
Oh, no, I won't.
It's not gonna really move much.
So no, we are not done sorting. We just have two tables. They asked for a break and they're totally entitled. We are doing rolling breaks. So we're not going to stop counting this whole time. When those two tables get back, if there's somebody else that wants a break, they'll get one. But we're doing rolling breaks so that we can keep counting going through. So we're still counting Bodenham and we're still sorting Richmond. There are approximately, you can see the baskets in the back. The state election officials told me that there are All those baskets still have to be sorted, the ones that are behind John and Curran, and then all these baskets have to be tallied. So we've got some sorting and some tallying to do. Still sorting Richmond and tallying Bowden. So we have a whole lot of tallying going on for Bodenham, and we've got a whole lot of sorting going on for Richmond. That's what's happening behind us in this race for House District 52, a race between Sally Clucci and David Gilnett. A race separated by only 16 votes. Pretty remarkable. Now, why do we have so many House races that are so close? Remember, 9 of our state legislative races were within 1% margin. And in these cases, these are free to the candidates to ask for those recounts. I really credit it to two things. One is Maine's really independent redistricting process. So unlike many states where whichever party is, in lots of states, whichever party is in control when they do redistricting after the decennial census, the party in control gets to draw the districts, and oftentimes they draw districts so that they keep power. In Maine, it doesn't matter which party is in control. Equal numbers of Democrats and Republicans serve on that redistricting commission, which we call reapportionment. And they choose a single independent chair of that commission to make it an odd number. And then they have to agree to those maps and then send it to the legislature for a 2/3 vote of approval. If that commission can't do its work on time, if the legislature can't yield that 2/3 approval for redistricting, then it goes to the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. So a lot of pressure on both sides to be super fair with redistricting, to draw districts that make sense, that don't favor one party or another. And that's why you see a lot of what we call purple districts, right? Relatively even distribution of Republicans and Democrats. And then you see in those districts, those voters, and this is the second thing, we have a culture in Maine of people voting the person, not the party. And so you see districts where they may vote for a Republican for president and a Democrat for the state legislature. That's what happened in my own district when I was a state senator and first elected in 2016. Trump won my state senate district. I won my state senate district. But that happens all across the state. We saw a lot of that in 2024. A lot of these purple districts coming down to very narrow margins. And tomorrow, of course, we're going to be recounting the tie in Sanford between Lucas Lanigan and Patricia Kidder. We're going to be doing that at 9 a.m. tomorrow if you're really interested in watching a nail biter, where every vote literally matters. So we've got folks coming back from their break soon, and then other folks will rotate out. We're doing the Richmond sort and the Bodenham count. Whenever you're ready. They are? Yes, of course. It was nice meeting you.
Okay. It's free. Well, no one's there. Yep. You do. So we're ready, the water report and the amount on. And then when you get a 50, it says golf cart. Yeah. And you're off the day. In this batch. Say, we all agree that it's 31. Yes. One, also want to stick here and we'll put it. It's easier to see. And then you'll count up the fifties. Two 31. So all the rates 231. Together, do your tally sheet. Nope. Because you can look at the monthlies, the individual monthlies. Right. Thank you. Let's see if that's available. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Oh, okay. Slide it in. I'll be right back for the second.
Here for it.
I think it's 8:26. Yeah.
We ready to go back? Yeah. I'm ready whenever.
We didn't tell you, like, I don't mind it for this one. You're right, we're signing off on this, I think, this. But I'm signing off on this one. Well, okay, so.
We're ready to go back, John. All right, John, you ready?
Just heart failure. No, a heart.
Can I try one of your? Either that or we can just buy a case. No, but I have plenty. So what's gonna happen? And one of that said. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. If like there's so much you'll see it, and then the next one. Now, if you have it, or if somebody then if you're looking and using a barrel price, yeah, so you know. Okay.
They're taking a break.
Yeah. So they feel like they are. Nope.
Yeah, they are.
That one, right? So that would go there.
Yeah, I agree.
You'll get into a rhythm to where it's like, and then you go, oh, oh, sorry. You'll feel like there's like two,
Right on, where it is. Yep. Yep.
No, you can, she just makes the mark.
Yeah.
Folks, just got an update on what's happening behind us. So at the camera or the table closest to that other camera, they are finishing up the last tally for voted ham. At these other tables, you can see folks doing some sorting, moving towards tallying of those Richmond ballots. So making really good progress, and hopefully soon we'll have some numbers from voted ham for you.
Yep.
No, because they just came out. Yeah. Can you grab me a couple of this? No, I'm good. Oh, those are my What do you want? Oh. Oh.
No, that's okay. I just like a long
Are you looking for service? Yes.
So we're still working on those Bodenham tallies, and the Richmond sorting is still happening, and we're going to be moving into Richmond tallying soon. Now tables, we're on rotating breaks, so we do have a few tables still out of the room for their mid-morning break, but things are going well. There you go. I find it funny that it's not have that deal.
Yeah. Your eyes just get adjusted to see like this time. I'm good. Thanks.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
There we go. Almost went through that.
So sometimes you wonder when you're filling out your ballot, does it matter if you carefully fill in the circle perfectly? The short answer is no. It is you, as long as you're filling out that circle, you can go a little outside of the lines, you can go a little inside the lines, your vote will still count. The tabulator will still read it. But sometimes there's a question. Did the voter change their mind, or were they intending to fill in that circle? So on this particular ballot, that circle was very light, right? They got tired. They did not fill it in all the way, but they did make a definitive mark in the circle. And so the attorneys were having a conversation about voter intent. Had the voter changed their mind, or had they just gotten a little tired and not completed filling in the circle? Or maybe they don't like to be told to fill in the circles. They decided that the voter had indeed indicated a vote for Sally Clucci, despite the fact that it was a partial completion of the circle. And so they did count that vote for Sally Clucci. There was no indication that the voter had changed their mind with an X or something else. And it didn't seem to be just a pen rest, which we did see in a prior recount where they had filled in a circle for one candidate, and then seemed to have rested their pen with just a tiny dot in the other one. So this one was in fact counted as a vote for Sally Clucci in agreement with the attorneys. But if there's any question, if anyone has any question at all, the counters can raise their hand and have those attorneys go look at that ballot, which is what just happened.
Oh, great. Okay, good.
Those are fun. So at table H, with the attorneys standing around, they're counting those military and overseas ballots. If you're serving in the military or you're in the Peace Corps or anywhere else, you can in fact vote. It is called a Yokava vote. That is for the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Accessibility Act. And so they are counting those ballots. They look a little different than your traditional ballot. Those military and overseas voters can transmit their ballot electronically back to the Office of Secretary of State, but there is a paper record for every single one of those ballots, which do get counted on election night.
Oh, okay. I thought we were just double checking. That's
Yep. Modified line of this. Thank you. Wants to stay.
I love.
They did it incredibly. Like, seems like a lot of effort.
Oh, is it?
I pulled it.
Okay, okay, okay. Yep. Yep.
Yes.
That one had 9. I think you did grab one of that.
Yeah.
Oh, this one.
You are too.
No, it's
It's like these ballots, slippery. After I'll count it, I'll set it.
Right? It would just automatically come up. Yeah. It's great. Your phone needs stuff. All right. So what you know. Yeah. Right.
So while we have folks at the tables counting Richmond, and I think I finished the count for the Okava, right? Counting the military and overseas ballots, those are counted. We have folks at tables counting Richmond. And in the back of the room, you might see the attorneys are there with Deputy Secretary Flynn and some of our counters from both campaigns. That's because in doing those tallies for Bodenham, they're missing 7 ballots. And so what they're looking to see is, were those auxiliary ballots? Now, what are auxiliary ballots? Remember, auxiliary ballots are ballots that wouldn't go into the machine for some reason. Maybe the voter folded them multiple times when they were putting them in the absentee envelopes. Maybe they tore their ballot. We saw some of those in earlier recounts and it just wouldn't go into the machine. So those get counted by hand. And so one of the things that was observed is we don't have any auxiliary ballots from Bodenham. That would be pretty highly unusual if every single ballot made it into the machine. And so we do have law enforcement headed to Bodenham to see if they've got a package of auxiliary ballots. Those do get kept separately from the other ballots. And if so, those will get returned here. In the meantime, what Deputy Secretary Flynn and the lawyers are checking are the tapes. What are the tapes? They look like the longest receipts ever. They literally come out of those ES200 tabulators on election night. And they have the results from the actual tabulator. So you can see every single race. You can actually see a photograph of every single write-in. So we saw some folks voting for Mickey Mouse in some of the races on that long receipt, like tape from a tabulator. So what they were checking to see is, do we have all of the votes from all of the tabulators?
The tape said 2099. The total was 2106.
Okay, so
it is the 702.
so the tapes confirmed it. We have all of the ballots from those tabulators $29.99, according to the attorneys for the House Republican Committee. We're missing 7 ballots. Those must be the auxiliary ballots. So back at the town office in Bodenham, they are checking everything twice to identify where they placed those hand counted ballots, those ballots that were folded, crumpled, torn, that couldn't go through the tabulator. So we do have to look and check those 7 ballots before we'll sign off on this recount. So we'll continue to count Richmond behind us. They'll be standing by to get those auxiliary ballots from the town back here. So stay tuned. We'll have those Richmond totals pretty soon. Yes. So, okay. Yeah.
Richmond.
Okay. You want me to pass these to you? Which way you can make it? Josh.
Sorry.
And also.
So Deputy Secretary Flynn just left the Yokava tallies at the tables for the Democrats and the Republicans. The military and overseas tallies did tie out perfectly to the election night results. Now, those military and overseas ballots, how do they get counted? They get counted on election night, just like all of the other ballots. They get counted by teams of Democrats and Republicans, just like you're seeing here. There is a Republican warden who is at the Division of Elections. This was Linda Hadley Rude was the warden for the Yokava ballots. And then you have Democratic counters and Republican counters. They were there until about 3 o'clock in the morning on election night, but they got those military and overseas ballots counted for every race in the whole state. And they reported out those tallies. Those were released when, why didn't the media catch up on those Yokava ballots? Because the media didn't have anybody there at 3 o'clock in the morning to get those tallies. So elections did send those out Wednesday afternoon upon request. And you did see in those, in this race and others, those military and overseas ballots did make a difference because the margins were so tight. And I think this is a learning process for everyone, that the military and overseas ballots are getting counted separately, not in the towns themselves. They get counted at the state level, but it's the same operation, just like what you're seeing here with Republicans and Democrats counting those ballots. And we really do appreciate some of the former Republican state House and state Senate staffers there themselves doing that counting there with Deputy Secretary Flynn and our warden until about 3 o'clock in the morning on election night. But we've just done that recount here of those military and overseas ballots. Now the two parties are just looking at those tallies, making sure that they agree with our counters here that those tallies tie out. When we have the two parties having signed their initials that they agree, then we'll release those results as well.
This is your age table, right?
Julie said she was bringing you something.
Oh, sorry, you'll have on
You
the-
good with it? That's okay.
Kate. Needs a bell.
I voted 99, it's a half.
Looks like this.
So this building.
Yeah. We kind of like.
Time, just trying to get the Google was in here, one that just came apart. The whole back of the same. All.
We just wait like the. Really short arms. You're very.
So on that border. But to get. She's giving a terrific.
It is. Come and have some. We got your cover results.
We do. So these are the same as were counted on election night. So Sally Clucci had 26 votes, David Gilmat 3, 1 blank ballot. Total of 30 ballots were cast in this race.
So that tied out perfectly.
Perfectly.
That's great. Thanks so much, Deputy Flynn. So we have released our volunteers on a lunch break while we wait for those ballots to hopefully come back from Bodenham. We have one table that is finalizing totals for Richmond. We are not releasing the attorneys because the attorneys will sign off on those totals for Richmond. And assuming those tie out, we'll just be waiting on Bodenham's auxiliary ballots, those ballots that for one reason or another didn't go through the tabulator on election night. Now we have reviewed the machine tapes from the DS200s and we're just waiting. Law enforcement is out in Bodenham at this point and they're waiting to bring hopefully those auxiliary ballots back to site. So don't go away, we'll be back. Rebecca, it's nice sitting next to you. So our counters have finished counting Richmond. Way to go. So now at the back of the room, Deputy Secretary Flynn and Deputy Packard are going to do those Richmond tallies. They will bring those tally sheets out to the attorneys from the two parties who are standing by to review those tally sheets, make sure that their totals match our totals. And then if both sides sign off on Richmond, we'll report Richmond results out to you. While folks are taking an early lunch break, we are waiting for those 7 ballots from Bodenham, those auxiliary ballots that get hand counted on election night and have to be hand counted here as part of the hand recount. So stay tuned, watching folks add numbers into a spreadsheet and make sure the spreadsheets total up is not particularly exciting, but we are not stopping this live stream until this recount is concluded, even if there's some periods of inaction. Now at the back of the room, we do have 2 officers standing guard over the ballots and over the people here for the recount. You also may notice that at the back of the room, our team is shutting these boxes, although, and before they're sealed, they'll be signed off by the attorneys.
Yeah. These ones. There's the golden ballot that needs to go back in slide. All the ballots, all the tally ballots. Oh, we have to wait till you sign off. So is it possible, for example, somebody wrote a date on that? Or is it just, I don't know, I think there was one where there were couple of marks.
Okay.
Couple of marks.
So Deputy Flynn and I are just waiting for the attorneys from each side to agree to the new tallies for Richmond. And so we're just standing by while the campaigns review those tallies. And once they've signed off, we will share them.
So the two sides have signed off on Richmond, and as soon as Deputy Flynn is off the phone with Bodenham, I'll bring her out to share those totals.
I'm gonna ask you to help.
I'll check in. I'll be. Yeah, I'll be. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, just see. Okay, shut up. Are you okay if I talk to number one? By the way, you're not very honest. You did not. Yeah. I tried to defend you.
No, you're good.
Really, probably the only one from you.
I'm sure I am. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
you don't give me the gift. I mean, how can I? Well, my car. My car. My car. It cost me $1,000. And then I drove out there and I was like, I'll be driving out of here in worse shape than when I drove in yet.
Well,
Yeah, I know. But you won't work on my car. There's- Oh, God.
I'm not in a hurry. I can't go anywhere.
So we're gonna call Melanie right now. Don't go anywhere.
What do you want for soda? You got. So, and they didn't pick it up. The temperature definitely fluctuates in this room.
Big time.
So the
So the-
envelope is in Bowden.
So the good news is we have identified those 7 ballots. They were transmitted by the Bowden clerk to the Bowden clerk. And so law enforcement is headed to Bowden to pick up those. Now, why were they segregated from the other ballots? Because they're called auxiliary ballots. Auxiliary ballots are those ballots that are counted on election night by hand because they won't go through the machine. Now, she also has the paperwork that will be coming back with us. Paperwork that actually, quite frankly, both parties saw on election night. And it shows that of those 7 ballots, 3 were for David Gilmet and 3 were for Sally Clucci, and 1 was a blank. So she has that paperwork that will be coming back with us as well as those ballots. We will count them here. So you're going to see nothing on the live stream for a little while. Folks are going to get lunch while we wait for that officer to come back to 45 Commerce Drive. Now, the 2 officers will stay in the back of the room. One officer is in the back of the room with our election staff with eyes on those ballots, keeping everything safe. So if you're thinking you're going to get some exciting recount live stream in your lunch hour, guess what? Everybody here is going to lunch while we wait for 7 ballots from the town of Bowden. Take.
And then tonight, sorry, getting sick for a week and then worries. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it just
Should or-
symptoms.
But what if they don't? If they don't give a shit. Well, you need Sunday.
We'll just need a team and it happens.
Yeah.
The next one.
It's yeah. Everything. I would love to say. My favorite is a little place and it's like a group shop and they do things from, they have this, they have some stuff for it. But a lot of people that are in Maine, it's like going out with going over there. Parties.
Yeah.
But you won't do that.
Yeah. Yep, but
Yes. Have we all signed off on Richmond yet?
Did you?
yeah.
Have we put enough for Richmond? So I need to see some more. Yeah. So basically, we wait for both hands. They approve the vote against four. We haven't even given us to them yet. We approve the vote against totals, we give the totals to each side, they sign them, then it's back and runs the whole district, brings it to both sides, we sign like that.
I know, they're so bad.
I'm thinking of. It's just a sheet of paper that says. It's just the attorneys.
John's dog. Although I was
Well, I think the naysayers on the radio tomorrow will be like, why did $7 lose $7?
Right, yeah.
I don't. I'm gonna step away.
and we're headed. Maybe another special Sanford. Even now. Oh. Well, I know, I said. I said, I won't be in the second. She was like, I am, but it's fine. It's not up to you, it's fine. Good work. We're here at this room a little bit. Yes.
Well, isn't that nice?
I, oh, trust me, I have that. The second the roof clears out,
You don't have to.
no, I do for my own. So that everyone looks at me, wow, this guy's super disciplined. And then the second you all leave, I just start munching.
I definitely.
I have one to be back.
Thank you.
Sandstorm yesterday. It doesn't get us
I keep telling everybody it's like a band of brothers. They keep saying we don't like Christmas. We don't like Christmas.
Yeah, we'll be home.
Yeah. Whatever. As long as we get it.
That's what.
Yeah. We got those ballots. They're all good.
Perfect.
Yeah, I need something. Oh, yeah. They're actually really comfortable. I was looking at your color dress and everything.
We said we could steal half. the table.
Steal half of the table, yeah.
Okay.
As long as you're on. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. As long as you're on the side of the barrier, you can do whatever you want. Whatever we want. Not whatever.
As long as it's legal, oral, or contract.
Only got to be protectors. I'm gonna say counting pink ballots. Absolutely. Correct. I would never do that. Let me go see if I can get something. That's the only thing.
You got one place.
I mean, I can put stuff on the app.
Really? Here's another place.
Yeah.
You do have extra maps. I didn't bring plates.
I didn't even think of it. Oh, well, she was there. Okay.
Partially covered, just a bit.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you very much. Right.
It's the recycle.
What's that?
That is flatbread steak and cheese. Mozzarella half now quarter. And Polish ribs with half honey mustard, half plain, and yeah,
How do you got chicken?
I did chicken.
You said boneless ribs.
Okay, chicken, Polish chicken with no ribs.
Yes. Yeah. I think back to my Oh, thank you. I just added
I was supposed to sit down and like.
I knew what you meant. That was there. I think your wife was a saint.
Saturday night. My wife goes down every week. Well, Gerald is dating a young lady who, so we do Thanksgiving, Children's Day. So we go down to Florida for Thanksgiving Day like we can. So we were all get together. So this gal that's been babysitting Grace since she's trying to become like a doctor. So she and Gerald get met up with these things. Of course, Grace is a little. So Grace said to them, so there's something between that. No, oh, so it's like, well, so Grace did one. She was giving the Annie the first show. And it's like, well, this is complicated. I'm like, plus, they're two adults. All in love. They're not their parents. They were pretty good parents, by the way. I mean, she was raised homeschooled. Pretty good father, Tony, does events. Guess who he said a lot of events? DJT. So he's done, a lot of his rallies because he's got sound and lighting and currently Trump used his motor coach for some of his tours. They'll put up the so he's pretty close to Trump. So a friend of mine, Dave Albert, who did advance for Vice President Pence.
John, not Thanksgiving is tomorrow.
We were talking.
Yes, we did.
Well, then, hey, he lives in Florida. Well, Brianna is his daughter. So, yeah, it's like, this is just too funny. Yeah. She's younger than he is, but they're both finding that she wants to go to veterinary school, so they're trying to think just he does construction and construction, so he can about every 6 weeks. She comes up there. So yes, there may be another type, but Berkeley is basically up because we're doing the same.
Hello, everyone. I'm just fixing the live stream, making sure that that other angle is up. We lost connection.
Mary, this is the carrots. You think it's okay if we get lunch and then we can just bring one person? I ordered a lot of food.
I think it is a pretty. And Joe wasn't, Joe was out. And he's not just doing like a little haircut. He's taking it off. How are you?
Okay, perfect. But it, so we took this down just because it's so. I don't know. That sits with that.
Yeah. All I know is that I want these to be
Yeah. There you go. And I'm like, here we go. And at that point, we were. Wow. And then a couple of his cousins that decided to sell their house here. And we heard that. I didn't know where the phone was. And I remember
Oh, yeah. It's something wrong. Apparently, my mother being one of the best. And according to my sister, it was very good. I remember. He is not his back.
Chinese, like, Maine.
Oh, is it good? See, now we're gonna walk.
It's kind of
I was asking. No, I don't know what she wants. We talked about
Mason. Hell, I don't know. Great question. That's what's
You can't drink in here, so.
I still can't believe I got to pay for that transmission. First of all, with everything, I gotta drive with the bridge, drive to go over the ramp.
Probably a Friday or Monday.
Really, I didn't find extended service because
Was it new or was it?
it was a used, it was an auction. 70,000 miles. Because yeah, full-fledged. Wanted to make sure that I was having the driver
But I like the guys like you and cats getting the seats.
She knows.
worse. Actually, on the phone.
Anyway, so when comes I never did it. Coming down just before so the guy comes up I said, he said everything was okay. I said, yes, sir. He said, okay. See you. Sells the car, so it gets.
Much.
Bill.
Trim it off. Oh, God.
Thank you everyone for bearing with me. I have fixed the live stream. Here we go. 2 angles. Wonderful.
No cares.
No, Bill doesn't know.
Not Michelle yet. Hi, Michelle. Hi, how are you? Yeah.
Now we had sandwiches on Sean. It's a specialty here. Yeah, I was saying. We're computer company, right? And then never Bill Dowling as the CEO of the organization. And Bill was a master at getting state contracts. Holding our breath is down, not me, the city. The state is. And that's.
Oh, that's what you got at 3?
I'm leaving at 3 on that one.
A little bit.
Oh, but guys, pretty much across the street from. Yeah, you're gonna have some development. When I say he, I'm sorry, Kmart. So he's got a. He's just working through. Some things. Necessarily, tip.
So welcome back to the live stream. It was never off. So we are going to have attorneys look at the boxes. They're ready for you. They're very ready for you. So what's going on right now? We are still live streaming live from 45 Commerce Drive. We've had some new arrivals, excited about the race this afternoon. That recount will start as soon as this recount, the recount for HD 52, is complete. Now, the initial recount, David Gilmat picked up 2 votes from the blanks. Now with 7 ballots still being secured, being brought back by detectives from Bodenham, that will not change the outcome of the race. But in elections, we do things right. We are accurate. Every vote matters, every vote counts, and every vote is counted. So what's happening at the back of the room? All of those towns that the attorneys signed off on, for which the tallies tied out perfectly, they're resealing the ballot boxes, and the attorneys are signing off on new special numeric codes attached to those seals, as well as padlocks, making sure each box is locked tight. Those will then get transported. There'll be at least 1 election official and 1 law enforcement member bringing those boxes back to the secure site here at 45 Commerce Drive under lock and key, surveillance cameras, motion detectors, and physical security presence. So we will be returning almost all of those boxes. We will leave 1 box for Bodenham out until those 7 ballots are secured. We will count those 7 ballots. Then the attorneys will review the final tallies and sign off. If they sign off, we'll announce those final results. In the meantime, we are also, so they're closing those boxes, then the law enforcement and election official are going to wheel those boxes out. We are going to start to stage the next recount. So we are going to bring in boxes for the afternoon recount to get those set up. Now those boxes are also locked and sealed, but we're going to try to start to stage for our afternoon recount so we can stay roughly on track, even as we've had to wait for these 7 auxiliary ballots to be retrieved from Bodenham. And you might wonder, how is it the auxiliary ballots might get separated from the regular ballots? It's because they won't go through that DS200 machine. And when they won't go through the DS200 machine, that means they have to be counted by hand on election night. And so those are counted and tallied separately. We do have the warden's tally sheet from Bodenham that showed that of those 7 ballots, 3 were for David Gilmat, 3 were for Sally Clucci, 1 was a blank. So we have that warden's tally. We're just waiting on those ballots. Now the clerk actually did in what she was asked to do. She knew she was headed on vacation. She had transported those ballots and her memory devices to a neighboring town for safekeeping in case we had to do a CD1 ranked choice voting tabulation last week under the law. Unfortunately, it was forgotten that that's where those were. And so when we picked up those Bodenham materials, the town forgot that they didn't have those 7 auxiliary ballots on site and wasn't able to send those. And so our law enforcement is picking them up from the neighboring town, bringing them back. We will have those ballots. And we just want to appreciate, we know clerks are working so hard and huge overtime and really have the best of intentions. We really appreciate how responsive they've been. We really appreciate the responsiveness with which they answered the call this afternoon. And we are just standing by to wait for those ballots. But if you wonder,
why boxes are leaving and new boxes are coming out. That's because all of the boxes that we've counted, with the exception of one box for Bodenham that will leave back there, are going to go back to their secure location, and we will bring out the boxes for this afternoon's recount. So don't go away, or maybe go away. You got time for like a dessert break, right? You got like 15, 20 minutes while the officers make their way back from House District 52 here to the secure location. We'll be bringing those 7 ballots in shortly. We'll have a team, a Republican and a Democrat, count those 7 ballots, and we'll finish those tabulations.
So set up. No, it wasn't for putting it. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. You don't have to have a. Oh. So, we still have all the record balances. So then you've got this guy. I think that. You'll look at those circles.
Look at my shiny face. Yeah. I'm gonna go put stuff down.
This is my voter. And this is Michelle. So. Oh, no, that's not on the box. No, that's another, that's our 18. Oh, I've got mine for you. So, Yeah, you know. Good friend. Regular. And in one club. Yeah, right. Yes. Like our another thing Yeah. Yeah. That's a little bit better also. In this case. My dog.
And I assume you know his car address.
Yeah.
His address and phone number. No, you don't even need to do that. What you need to do is come to school.
No, you should get it. Camera's gone. Oh, yeah. Oh, I just had lunch. Maybe I might.
So in the back of the room, all of the boxes of ballots for Richmond and Bowdoin, as well as those you have ballots, all of those are sealed again. Now, they were padlocked, and the numbers of the padlocks written down into the log of padlocks and sealed with numeric seals. So those are going to head out, going back to the secure location. A member of law enforcement and an elections official is going to escort those out. So those will get secured here at the secure location at 45 Commerce Drive. And we're bringing some ballots in for the next recount this afternoon. Now, most of the towns in this district are hand count towns. Okay, so you can see there's a law enforcement official and an election official always with the ballots. We have a two-person team rule, sometimes more than that. Law enforcement and an election official with the ballots headed out. So they are going to bring those to a secure location. Those are the ballots that have already been counted for this morning's HD 52 race between Sally Clucci and David Gilmat. Now, at this point, it's pretty clear that Sally Clucci did prevail. We're just waiting on 7 ballots, and those 7 ballots are not going to make a material difference. That being said, in a recount, we count every vote. We make sure that it actually ties out. Be right back.
So, yeah, it's like this. As you're getting closer, if you start counting.
So the team is unloading Albany Township, Bethel and Mason Township, Greenwood, Norway, Stoneham, Stowe, Sweden, and Waterford, as well as Yokava ballots. So those boxes are getting unloaded. They just came in from a secure location here at 45 Commerce Drive. We're getting this teed up for the next recount while we wait for those Bodenham ballots, those 7 ballots. to vote.
Good morning.
No, you're hold on, I'm gonna hold my breath right now.
Your words, not mine.
I mean, you look.
You know what? I'm starting to think that.
No,
It used to get everything, but I.
see.
I know, that's another time. You can't.
And Dad's right there. Listen, I find it flattering. I just, Dad's right there. Don't wish that. Here's the thing, we're equal in mass. He might have. It's not off the table. No,
Rebecca has one. Right? You know what? Oh my God. I'm gonna try to be respectful because you don't understand it. But I, you know what I'm thinking? I'm sorry. You get a phone, what?
Hey, we got the valley yesterday.
We were the eighth one yesterday. Yeah. So we are. Not yesterday.
I think the valley is the
You know, you would know.
Yeah.
So if you're wondering what the waiting is for, we are waiting on our last group of ballots. We may have them. Looks like they've just arrived. Here come the ballots. Here's the ballots. Okay, can we get a team sitting at a table here? Can we get a Democrat and a Republican who signed in from the morning? Can we get somebody from our morning team? Okay.
Reading big writing.
And go sit back with Karen.
Yeah.
So we have a team at the back table. I'm putting the camera on now, and they will open those envelopes with those auxiliary ballots and tally them.
It was a conversation. Yeah.
I don't know.
So you probably heard that cheer. We did have the member of law enforcement pick up that Bodenham material. That's what they're going through now. You might not have seen it, but they could at the table. Like you probably have seen in our other days of recounts and ranked choice voting tabulation, turning that envelope over to make sure that it is empty. Now we have folks from each campaign, a couple counters, lawyers from each campaign, and for elections division folks overseeing this process here. It sounds like they're tallying up right now, so should get a report shortly about this. Sounds like we'll have some Bodenham totals for you shortly. So we have folks going back to their campaign tables in the audience to report those numbers back there. Again, so we keep a full tally on the Secretary of State side. The two campaigns are also keeping tallies on out in the audience, so that then when we're done with each town, we have multiple things to compare to. Everyone agrees that we have counted accurately on the numbers. Hearing some clapping in the audience, so it sounds like we have some good news for you soon. And then we'll be able to wrap up this tabulation for House District 52, the race between Sally Clucci and Dave Gilmet. Shortly after this, you might have seen we've already staged the ballots for our next recount from the Norway area out in Oxford County. So we will end this stream, start up a new one for that recount. But like I said, we already have those ballots poised and ready to go. So we have here today, we had two municipalities plus half a municipality. So that was Bodenham, and Richmond. Also Perkins Island Township, but that's really voting wise part of those municipalities. This one, the afternoon, more smaller municipalities, Norway being the largest, sort of the anchor of that district. So I see some tallying happening at the very back table. Should have those final results for you soon. Again, want to give a big shout out to our municipal clerks for getting us materials, making sure that those materials would be accessible to us in the event that they weren't going to be in their own municipality. So, Secretary Bellows, are we still working on those final numbers back there?
They were just what it was expected from the election night results. Both sides agreed. That was 3 ballots for Sally Clucci, 3 ballots for David Gilmet, and 1 blank ballot in that auxiliary ballot envelope. So that means that ties out. Deputy Flynn is finishing the totals at the back of the room with Deputy Packard. She will deliver them to the attorneys for both sides. They'll sign off on them, and then we'll be able to do the next recount. Great. I think it is safe to say Representative Sally Clucci has been reelected for another term. Congratulations, Representative Clucci. We'll have those final verified totals in a minute, but yet again, a recount verifying those election night results.
Yeah. So as Secretary Bellows was saying, okay. So if you've been watching our other ones, you already know this, but this is our 5th recount so far of a House district. We have 2 Senate ones scheduled for later, as well as 4 more House recounts, one of which will start in a minute. But so far, sounds like we are 5 for 5 on verifying those election night totals, really showing how good our clerks are at administering those elections locally, and the tabulator accuracy in reading those ballots. Just so great to see. Folks should rest assured that these are coming out in those teams of 3, what the Secretary of State and 1 person from each campaign. The campaigns really working alongside each other. We're not doing
we're gonna go do some locks for the next recount.
Oh, great. So I'll wait for So they're gonna do some more work to prep for the next recount. So one of the pieces of preparation work that goes into getting ready to do a recount is that Secretary of State staff with lawyers from each campaign observing and go through each of those locks. So if you've been on one of these before, you know we have a lock and a special serial number that's specific to the boxes. That lets us know that these boxes are exactly the ballots we want them to be, that those have been kept safely in the time between election night and today, as they get collected by members of law enforcement. So we're just making sure we have lawyers from both campaigns. Looks like we have numbers going back to those campaign tables now, so should have those final numbers for you very soon.
Mike, I'm sorry.
So at the back, you can see Deputy Flynn is explaining the results to Kate Cummings, the attorney for the Democrats, and Josh Tardy, the attorney for the Republicans. They're just going over those final totals for Bodenham, and then they will look at the tallies across the entire race for House District 52. Attorneys had started checking the locks and seals for the ballot boxes for our next recount for House District 81. But it is more important that we close down this House District 52 recount than that we start the House District 81 recount, which will be happening next. So all is quiet. We are in a waiting posture here at 45 Commerce Drive. If you would like to join us for the recount process, come on down. It is open to the public. We are happy to have you here at 45 Commerce Drive. Good. We've got another Democratic attorney coming back, so we can do some work on the lawyers. So go right. I'm going to go back to stop. So remember, the process at the beginning in every recount is checking locks and seals. So the boxes that leave the recount to be returned to towns have to be locked, and they have to be sealed with special numeric codes. The attorneys are checking that they agree with the number of the lock and the number of the numeric code before that box gets sealed. That creates a permanent record for transmittal, so that when the clerk receives those ballot boxes back to their town, they can verify that those have not been tampered with. And there is a record, again, of those locks and seals. Now, before they open any boxes, they are checking locks and seals to ensure that those correspond to what the clerks placed on those boxes when they left the custody of the clerk. Now, with the CD2 and a lot of these towns, I think all of these towns from this afternoon, with those CD2 towns, those were opened for the ranked choice voting tabulation. They were previously counted in that race for Golden and Ontario. And so they were sealed and locked at the ranked choice voting tabulation, and we're comparing those locks and seals to the seals and locks that were placed on them just last week. Do we have results, Deputy Secretary Flynn?
We do have results.
Oh, exciting.
So in the end, Sally Clucci remained the winner, 2,748 votes. David Gilmet had 2,734 votes. There were 164 blank ballots, one disputed ballot, for a total of 5,647 votes.
So
votes cast.
That's a difference of 14.
Correct.
Wow. Well,
Yes.
Congratulations to Sally Clucci winning House District